drag in a direct confrontation with the Americans. But of course, what we're seeing tonight could change all that.
Alex Rossi with that from Jerusalem. Alex, for the moment, thank you. And again, let me bring you some breaking news coming in from Channel 12 in Israel. And that is that Iran has launched some 100 drones and cruise missiles. Some have been shot down over Syria and Jordan. So that breaking news coming in from Channel 12 Israeli TV, that Iran has launched around 100 drones and cruise missiles, and some have been shot down over Syria and Jordan. Worth also remembering that Jordan, for example, has closed its airspace recently, as so has Iraq. Israel will close it in the next hour and a half. Joining me now is our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. Dominic, this breaking news, we have some number, at least it's coming from Israeli Channel 12, that around 100 drones and cruise missiles have been launched, and some have been shot down over Syria and Jordan. How do you assess the scale of this attack from what we know?
Yeah, the Israeli media are reporting on a number of channels that, as you say, 100 missiles or drones, cruise missiles or drones, both of them are heading their way towards Israel from Iran. They're also saying that the Israeli Air Force is out trying to intercept those incoming missiles and drones, and have shot down a number of them over Syria and possibly over Jordan as well. I think the way to assess this is a massive escalation in the war, and a extremely dangerous moment for the Middle East, but also for the wider world. In the wake of the Israeli attack on the Iranian consulate wing of the embassy in Damascus on April the 1st, I think people have been pondering what kind of retaliation the Iranians would carry out, and had been expected to do so, because, as Alex was saying there, they felt their deterrence had been massively weakened. This was a blow they could not ignore, as they had tried to overlook other attacks on their assets and allies and proxies during the war up to this point. And in terms of what the options people were considering was possibly a cyber attack, or using their proxy militias, Hezbollah, Hamas or the Houthis, to attack Israel. Some analysts saying, well, maybe they'll go for something much more direct themselves. But this is really taking the gloves off, because this is Iran using its own capability, its own military capability in considerable force now to attack Israel. And they will be carrying this out, they believe, because they need to respond and retaliate against Israel. So up to this point in the war, Iran has been responding to what Israel is doing in Gaza, and continuing with its track record of meddling in the region, and trying to challenge the hegemony of America and Israel in the region as they see it, using proxies, using the Houthis, using Hamas and Hezbollah. This is Iran now getting involved directly and attacking Israel in a very direct way. So I think that is a massive escalation in itself. And I think the questions we're asking ourselves tonight is, how many drones and missiles, what kind of drones? They have a range of capabilities, some of them more likely, at least some of them, to get past Israeli air defenses. What is on those drones? What kind of warheads? Are they conventional warheads? Are they something more sinister and more dangerous to Israel? And even if Israel is able to stop them striking any significant targets in Israel, which I think with 100 is unlikely, what is Israel's retaliation going to be? Will Israel feel, as Alex was saying there, that it needs to reassert its deterrence, as Iran is trying to do so tonight? And I think the expectation is it will carry out some kind of retaliation against Iran. So we're now in that kind of spiral of escalation that had really many people afraid at the beginning of the war, after the attacks, the atrocities that Hamas carried out on October the 7th. In the wake of that kind of fear of a regional war, of a much bigger conflagration engulfing the region, seemed to have subsided. But in the wake of the attack on the embassy in Damascus, it's come back. And I think tonight we are looking at probably some of our worst fears and what could ensue, because I think what we're seeing tonight is a direct Iranian attack on Israel, which is almost certainly going to lead to some kind of Israeli retaliation.
Dominic Waghorn, our international affairs editor. Dominic, for the moment, thank you. Now, we have received a statement from the Prime Minister's office. This is what it says from Rishi Sunak. He said, I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's reckless attack against Israel. These strikes risk inflaming tensions and destabilizing the region. Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. And then Rishi Sunak's statement continues. It says, the UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and that of all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. So that statement coming in the past few minutes from the Prime Minister, condemning in the strongest terms what he termed the Iranian regime's reckless attack against Israel. And let me also bring you some other breaking news, and that is the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is convening the Israeli War Cabinet at military headquarters in Tel Aviv. Again, that coming in to us from the Prime Minister's office. Let's speak to our military analyst, Sean Bell, who joins us now. Sean, from a military perspective, we've been hearing that drones were launched and then cruise missiles. Numbers-wise, I mean, this is coming into us from Israeli TV, Channel 12. They're saying 100 drones and cruise missiles have been launched from Iran, and some have been shot down over Syria and Jordan. How would you assess the scale of the attack from a military perspective?
Yeah, good evening, Barbara. One of the things that to remember about the drones, whilst they are a bit more of a terror weapon, most of them are relatively easy to shoot down. The Shahed 136, which the Iranian drones they've been providing to Russia, they only fly around about 140 miles an hour, and they are not that difficult to shoot down. The value of them, though, is that they create a sort of a volume, a quantity of weapons flying through the air, and therefore that provides cover for the cruise missiles, ballistic missiles that are also incoming. Now, the air defences that Israel has and that the US helped provide should mitigate some of that, but inevitably these ballistic missiles are particularly difficult to get through. And I think, as some of the correspondents have been talking about, some of the key here will be just how much damage has been done. Iran, there's a lot of questions here. Iran's been put on the horns of a dilemma because after Israel attacked that consulate building on the 1st of April, killing 13 people, including a senior military commander, Iran was almost duty-bound to do some sort of reaction. Israel would have known that. The fact is, waited some time for doing it, and as generally experience shows, it's quite measured. It will be interesting to see what they've targeted, how many telephone warnings coming in. We're already hearing some of that there's been some coordination between America and Iran. And if there has been coordination, Iran will be trying to make a point, but we'll be very clearly not wanting to escalate. And I think one of the things that most military analysts see here is that Iran has got a fledgling nuclear program. It will not want to have that program attacked. It will not want to provide an excuse to the Israelis or the Americans for attacking those programs, because ultimately, and it's not if, it's when Iran gets nuclear weapons, they would be the ultimate deterrent against both Israel and the US. So I think there's clearly a lot going on behind the scenes here. The key will be as to how many of these missiles get through, what they're actually targeting, whether there were warnings being advised first, and then how much America tries to mitigate and measure Israel's natural instinct to respond.
Sean, stay with us, because I'd like to take a look at some latest pictures coming in from the United States. And that is President Biden arriving, I believe, at the White House. Now, he has just returned to Washington. He was away in Delaware at his beach house, but canceled that trip, came back early, and he will be speaking to his national security team about the developments that we have seen in the Middle East. Now, huge support from the U.S. for Israel in this latest escalation with Iran. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, had spoken yesterday of an ironclad commitment to the security of Israel. So it will be interesting to see what comes out of the United States when the president meets with his national security team. Going back to our military analyst, Sean Bell, I mean, obviously tensions between Israel and Iran go back decades, but we have seen, everything get more intense, more fragile since the latest escalation in the conflict between Hamas and Israel in Gaza. Militarily speaking, what is Israel's situation right now in the sense that it's still involved in a military operation in Gaza, but now is having quite serious attacks coming in from other parts of the border?
Yeah, it's interesting trying to look at the sequence of this. From a military perspective, Israel had its foot on the throat of Hamas outside Rafah, and you would generally not let up. Netanyahu's been clear he wants to deal with the 4 last battalions of Hamas fighters left in Rafah, and yet he's moved his battalions out, and left simply 1 IDF battalion left behind. And there's lots of questions why that was happening. Was it a break? Was it a breather? But there are big bodies of the Israel government who actually want to deal with Hamas, but they also want to deal with Hezbollah. And of course, the dark shadow of Iran, as many of your viewers will know, has been around. They provide weapons, training, support to not only Hamas, Hezbollah, and also the Houthis, who've been causing carnage in the Red Sea as well. And that must all be incredibly frustrating for Israel. The challenge, of course, is what do you do about it? And I think one of the things that the security guys were particularly concerned about was if Israel did respond to having a go at Hezbollah in the north. The last time that happened, Lebanon suffered tremendously, and there was a sort of stalemate at the end of it. Lots of people died, lots of carnage. It looks likely that despite the fact Israel is the dominant military power in the region, it still would be probably folly to allow this to escalate. And I think that's why we're seeing the US trying to bring its influence to bear to try and moderate. It is the ultimate security guarantor for Israel, but it's not in US's interest to see this conflict escalate either. So it'll be interesting to see over the coming hours just how much grand statesmanship is involved to try to mitigate this whole very dangerous situation.
Sean Bell, our military analyst. Sean, thank you very much for that analysis. Well, soon after we got news that drones had been sent from Iran, had been fired from Iran to Israel, we heard from Israel's army spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. And he warned the people of Israel tonight that Iran had launched drones and missiles targeting Israel. Let's listen in.
Alarm is operated where you're at. You must go into the sheltered area and remain there for 10 minutes at least, no less than that. We will update you if it is necessary to stay there longer. I would like to call upon you to refrain from spreading any unconfirmed rumors. Please stick only to the official instructions of the IDF spokesperson's unit and the Homefront Command. I will come on air to update if anything changes. Please remain calm and collected as you've been so far, and remember to follow the instructions. The IDF is well prepared. All of its elements, both on the defensive and on the offensive, are prepared. We have prepared for diverse scenarios in advance. We operate in close collaboration with the U.S. and our other partners in the region in order to intercept these launches. We have the circles of protection from both the Navy and the Air Force on several layers, and we have additional circles of protection from the U.S. military. We have an excellent air defense system, and it is now in full operation. But you must remember, it's never 100% the defensive measures. So therefore, it's always very important to follow the instructions of the Homefront Command. These save lives. Questions. Channel 12 News, the UAVs have been launched. When will we hear the sirens? As I've told you, I inform you about the fact that these UAVs have been launched. It will take take them several hours to reach Israel. We are going to try to prevent them from reaching Israeli territory. That is our task. If they do enter Israeli airspace, then you will hear sirens and alarms wherever these threats enter, and we will intercept them in these areas. If there is a different kind of threat on a different timetable, we will inform you immediately on all platforms, and I will also come on TV to update you. Another question, why is the Prime Minister's aircraft in the air? We have operational reasons and considerations, and it's true for our airspace, it's true for any disruptions, and it's also true regarding the various aircrafts, including the Knafzion. Channel 14 News, are you considering any preventive measures against Iran or Hezbollah in view of these threats? I'm not going to detail here our preparations and our scenarios. We will do whatever is necessary in order to defend Israeli citizens wherever it is necessary. I'd like to repeat once again, I will come again if there is a need to update you.
And that was Daniel Hagari, spokesperson for the IDF. He was speaking about an hour ago, soon after we heard news that Iran had launched drones towards Israel, saying that the country, Israel, well prepared, both when it comes to offensive and defensive reaction, calling for calm, and also reminding the Israeli people that sirens would be sounded if any drones came close to the targets they were presumably intended for. It does take a couple of hours for drones to reach. We have also found out in the past half hour that Iran has launched around 100 drones and also cruise missiles, and then some have been shot down over Syria and or Jordan. Well, let's go to the United States now, which is obviously following events in the Middle East very closely. Let's speak to James Matthews. James, we did see in the past half hour or so President Biden arrive at the White House. He had cut short his trip to Delaware for the weekend. And over the past few days, really lots of voices coming out of the US, of the Biden administration, saying that this attack was likely to happen sooner rather than later, and reiterating American support for Israel.
Yes, President Biden has been very strong, as have his officials, in their support, their public support of Israel. That was reiterated today by the Secretary of State for Defense and the National Security Advisor, talking about their ironclad support for the security of Israel. That indeed was in a statement just a few minutes ago from the National Security Council, with whom President Biden is sitting down right now in the Situation Room, having cut short his weekend beachside break to head back to the White House. I'm led to believe there will be no address from the Oval Office. That's something we would expect in times of grave developments. That's not expected at this stage. I did wonder whether or not the president, as he so often does, would take the opportunity to speak to waiting reporters. He travels with a pool of journalists between Delaware and the White House, but no remarks. I mean, it's something he tends to do off the cuff. I suppose today, right now, while things are so uncertain, it's not a time for speaking off the cuff, given the possibility that he may be understood. It wouldn't be the first time from Joe Biden. So he will be receiving a briefing from his national security advisors. They will be telling him what some of the information that we're getting from US officials, and that relates to their knowledge of what's going on. And I'll tell you some of it, Barbara. They are talking about targets in Israel, which they believe, and it's their expectation, that these targets will be government sites, not civilian or religious sites. They're expecting more than 100 drones, dozens of cruise missiles, and dozens of ballistic missiles. Indeed, the Israeli Defense Force has confirmed to our partner network here, NBC, that more than 100 unidentified aerial vehicles are in the air, drones, effectively. In terms of preparation for this attack, the senior commander a man by the name of Michael Eric Kurilla, senior commander for the United States, has been in Israel liaising with Israeli colleagues over the past few days. He's now continued on his travels. But in terms of piecing together a response, it's very much been a joint political and military operation. And in terms of missiles and taking missiles out of the air, officials are telling us that the United States is prepared to help defend Israel with ships, they say, including the USS Carney. That's a vessel, a destroyer, that's been involved in shooting down Houthi missiles in recent months, Houthi projectiles. That's now been repositioned to help Israel, as well as other destroyers and assets, according to US officials. So all the talk and all the information we're getting from US officials right now is about a joint operation. It's about defense. The question being discussed in the Situation Room amongst the National Security Council with President Biden, who ultimately will push the button. The question they're discussing is how they react beyond defense. Do they attack? And if so, who do they attack? And how do they measure that attack to avoid an escalation? And I suppose the question, which will be answered in due course, is how much influence do they have on Israel? Because we've heard very, very bellicose rhetoric from President Benjamin Netanyahu in the past 24 hours. We have seen over the past 6 months how he enjoys a degree or clings to a degree of autonomy in terms of Israel's actions, turns a deaf ear often to President Biden, to the extent that the American president has frequently been humiliated by him. The question will be, to what extent does he pay attention to the entreaties of President Biden at a time when Biden will want to limit the escalation of conflict and will absolutely not want a spread in the number of theatres of war in the Middle East. That is a very real prospect right now, a critical stage. And Joe Biden, for so often criticised about his stewardship of conflict in the Middle East, well, he faces possibly the toughest test so far, certainly the toughest test since October the 7th, in terms of how he shapes conflict, how he restricts the potential for it to escalate.
I mean, interesting how relations between the US and Israel were strained over the conflict in Gaza, what the US sees as an excessive civilian death toll and the killing of those aid workers about 2 weeks ago. But now the relationship between the two allies as strong as ever as the threat of Iran resurges. James Matthews with the latest from Washington, D.C. For the moment, James, thank you. Meanwhile, back here in the UK, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has condemned the attacks. Well, let's speak to our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen, who joins us now. Tamara, what has been the reaction of the Prime Minister?
That's right. We've heard from the Prime Minister in the last few moments, and he's issued a statement which condemns the attack and is supportive of Israel. This is what he says: "I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's reckless attack against Israel. Iran has once again demonstrated," he says, "that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. The UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and that of our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilise the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed," he says in that statement. I think following on from what James was saying, yes, the US will be considering what the next steps are, and I'm sure Rishi Sunak or perhaps the Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, will be speaking to their US counterparts in the coming hours about what role Britain might play. Of course, Britain does have military bases in Cyprus. We haven't had any kind of operational update as yet as to what the UK's involvement might be. All that is still, it seems, under discussion, and we haven't had any calls confirmed between Downing Street and the White House as yet. But Rishi Sunak's statement, before we've heard from other Western leaders, we haven't yet heard from Emmanuel Macron, for example, clearly echoing the US in being supportive of Israel and saying that Iran threatens to escalate the situation in a very dangerous way. and suggesting that the UK could play an active role in trying to calm tensions. You'll know that Rishi Sunak, when he's given statements to Parliament about the Houthis and the UK's airstrikes against the Houthis, has talked about Iranian influence in the region and his concerns about it. And I think we'll be hearing more from him along those lines in the next few hours.
We absolutely will. Tamara Cohen, our political correspondent. Tamara, thank you so much for that update and the reaction from Rishi Sunak. Now, as Tamara was mentioning, the UK, Rishi Sunak, the first European leader to react to events in the Middle East. We've had another reaction, though, first leader in Europe to react, but we've had another reaction from Egypt. So we're getting from the Reuters news agency a statement from the Egyptians. Egypt calls for exercise of the utmost restraint to spare the region and its people from further factors of instability and tension. So again, this statement from Egypt calling for the utmost restraint to spare the region and its people from further factors of instability and tension. To comment on that, let's go back to our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, with the latest from Jerusalem. Alex, obviously, we're waiting to find out more details about this attack, but it's obvious by the reaction of so many leaders in a lot of countries, Jordan closing its airspace, Iraq doing the same, Egypt now making the statement, just the level of fear in the region itself that things could escalate beyond anyone's control.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of concern across the region. We've just heard actually from the Israeli Defense Force, and they're telling us that there are tens of, this is what they said exactly, tens of aircraft in Israel's skies. These are Israeli fighter jets in the skies above Israel and beyond. We actually heard a couple of jets roar across us just before we came on air, heading towards Jordan. And of course, their role is to try and intercept these drones. Now, according to the IDF, they reckon the drones will be here in the following hours. Israeli media are reporting that missiles have also been fired as well, but that wasn't confirmed by the IDF in the briefing that they've just conducted. We're also hearing that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is at the Israeli Defense Headquarters in Tel Aviv, in the Kiryat, and he is hosting a war cabinet at the moment. Now, it's my understanding that the IDF will conduct a situational assessment, probably around 6 o'clock in the morning. They themselves, is the impression I've got, are still trying to understand the nature of this attack, just how big it is. From what they are saying, they don't quite know yet whether the drones being launched towards Israel are a prelude to a much bigger attack, whether there will be another wave of drones, but certainly warplanes up in the skies above us trying to intercept those drones before they reach Israel. Now, he said that the IDF conducting the briefing, that they weren't sure whether they would be able to intercept the drones before they reach Israeli airspace or whether or not they would have to do that above Israeli soil. He also spoke of the situation, the scenarios that they prepared for, the Navy, the Home Front Command, and also the Air Force, that they have been putting to place a number of scenarios to try and game what could happen over the last few days to try and deal with the threat that is coming from Iran. They're also saying that this is the first time there has been a direct attack on Israel from Iranian soil. Israel, of course, is well used to Iran targeting it through proxies around the region. But a situational assessment will be conducted on what they are describing as a developing situation sometime in the early morning, around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Alex Rossi with the latest from Jerusalem. Alex, thank you. And let's go to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. Dominic, we were just hearing Alex there say that, of course, Israel is well used to being attacked by various proxies of Iran around the region, and Hezbollah, of course, being an obvious one. What do you think is the significance of this attack being directly from Iran to Israel?
Well, it's very significant because it's unprecedented and because it marks a significant escalation in this war, and it raises the possibility of a much bigger escalation. In the wake of October the 7th, that Black Saturday, as the Israelis call it, when Hamas and other Palestinian groups carried out terrible atrocities just outside of Gaza, the worst massacre of Jews since World War II. There were fears that the war in Gaza, terrible though it's been in response to that massacre, terrible though it was, that something much worse could happen, that the region could be plunged into a much bigger escalation where Hezbollah could get drawn in, where Iran could attack Israel, but also other countries that they would accuse of supporting Israel, and that America, that has sent two naval carrier groups to the region to ward off the Iranians, could get drawn in as well. Now, the weeks after the beginning of that war, that fear seemed to subside because it looked as though Iran was not in the business of escalating things further, and it seemed to be restraining Hezbollah from using its full arsenal of 150,000 missiles to attack Israel, even though there have been exchanges across that northern border pretty much every day since October the 7th. But I think the assumption most observers made, was that Iran didn't want a much bigger war. It wasn't ready for one. It wouldn't be able to prevail in one. And the Ayatollah's primary aim in life is to survive, not to get beaten in a much bigger regional war. Now, the fear of that happening, of a much bigger war, is now returning, and it happened in the wake of Israel's attack on the Iranian embassy, consulate building in the embassy in Damascus, and now, of course, that spectre is a very real one. I think the question now is, are the Iranians carrying out a single night of what is obviously a very big drone and missile attack? Will that be enough for them to kind of redress the balance of power or deterrence, if you like, that they feel they have to do? They have to retaliate against this attack on Israel. They've actually overlooked many attacks on their assets and proxies in the war so far, but that was a direct attack on their sovereign territory, the Iranians believe, and therefore they had to retaliate. And the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader in Iran, made it very clear that that's what Iran was going to do. Is tonight just one night of attacks, or are there other attacks to come? Is this part of something even bigger? We saw the Iranian Revolutionary Guards attack an Israeli-linked vessel in the Red Sea today. And I think the other important factor in this is that the West Bank is the occupied territory of the West Bank is really on the edge of a much bigger explosion of violence following the murder of a 14-year-old Israeli boy, and then now settlers rampaging through Palestinian villages today. So that's another factor that needs to be considered. And is this part of a broader sort of repertoire of attacks that Iran is planning, or is this just tonight that we're going to see? What is it sending? What warheads are these drones carrying towards Israel? Will some of them get through? And if they do, will they do significant damage? And will that then need or require the Israelis to feel they have to launch some kind of retaliatory attack? But frankly, even if they don't get through, Israel may feel that this unprecedented attack by Iran, really taking the gloves off. They have, as we said, they've let their proxy groups attack Israel in the years up until now. They're now directly attacking Israel. It's effectively not a declared attack or a state of war, but it's certainly the kind of hostility we've never seen from Iran against Israel. Will Israel feel it needs to respond to that and retaliate and attack Iran back? And if that happens, then obviously things are going to escalate further. So it's a very dangerous moment for the region and for the wider world.
It is indeed, Dominic. And Dominic, you mentioned that obviously, we don't know how things will develop and that maybe this would be just one night of attacks. But let me bring you a line that's just coming in to us here in the newsroom that maybe will shed some light on that. It's from the Reuters news agency, and a source tells Iran's state news agency that Tehran has launched its first wave of ballistic missiles against Israel. So this from the Reuters news agency, that a source tells Iran's state news agency, so this is from the Iranian side, that Tehran has launched its first wave of ballistic missiles against Israel. So Dominic, going back to you, I mean, there's two words that pop out to me there. The launched its first wave, implying that, of course, there'll be others, and then of ballistic missiles. How do you interpret that development?
Well, I suppose the question is that is it referring to the first wave of ballistic missiles? Because obviously this attack tonight has involved ballistic missiles and drones, and probably a range of drones. Is it referring to the fact that another wave of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, could be on their way? Or is it saying that tonight's attack is just the beginning of what could be a rolling program of attacks launched by Iran against Israel? We'll have to wait and see. I think that the challenge for the Israeli Air Force in particular tonight, which seems, according to Israeli media, to be deployed not just in the skies over Israel, but possibly further east, trying to intercept these drones and these cruise missiles. The challenge is, as the Ukrainians have suffered and experienced in Ukraine against Iranian drones being deployed by the Russians against them, is that if enough come at enough number at the same time, it's very hard to repel and intercept them all. The Israeli Air Force obviously is a very advanced military force, but if there's wave after wave of drones and cruise missiles, it possibly will be hard to shoot them all down. Obviously, it's not just Israeli jets, it'll be the Iron Dome air defense system as well. The Israeli military will be deploying all its assets tonight to try and intercept these drones and missiles, but if they come in sufficient numbers, it'll be hard to stop them all. And then the question, of course, is if one lands in a population centre, if it lands and kills a lot of Israeli civilians, the Israelis will have to respond to that and retaliate, and we'll have to see how that plays out. So, I think we can talk in terms of retaliation and the balance of deterrence, and these sound rather dry terms, but war is not a science. A misunderstanding or a badly landed missile killing more people than anticipated can lead to much greater consequences, even if the intent by the Iranians is of a more token effort to send a message to try and restore its deterrence. It's not at all clear that is the case tonight, but if that is the case, intent is not always a guarantee of outcome, and war is a very uncertain business. So it's a very dangerous moment as we wait to see what exactly these drones are and what kind of damage they're going to do.
Dominic, stay with us. I just want to bring in some latest picture that we have of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convening his war cabinet. There it is in military HQ in Tel Aviv, obviously reacting to the attack that we have seen unfold over the past few hours or so. So Benjamin Netanyahu convening his war cabinet in what is quite late evening, late night there in Tel Aviv. Dominic, the attack against the Iranian consulate in Damascus was, I guess you could call it, audacious. I suppose the Israelis, when they did that, although officially they deny it, but or they don't confirm, they must have known that it might have escalated into some kind of reaction like the one we're seeing now from Iran.
Yeah, they would have assumed that would have been the case, because they know that the Middle East is a very tough neighborhood where if you're attacked, you have to attack back. It's the kind of rules of the playground, the sort of bully rules of the playground. Not attacking back is a sign of weakness, and in the Middle East that is dangerous. So the Israelis that would have been part of their calculus as they weighed up the pros and cons of attacking this consulate building in Damascus. I mean, it is arguably against international law to attack a diplomatic facility. They're meant to be, under a number of conventions, inviolable. But the Israelis clearly decided that the commanders in that building, were a significant threat to Israel, that a message had to be sent. Whatever their military logic behind launching that attack, they must have felt it was justified, and it justified the risk of what is happening tonight in terms of the Iranians retaliating. I think it's worth bearing in mind when we think about Bibi Netanyahu convening his war cabinet in the Curia building.
Security and foreign policy analyst Ari Aramesh. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News. First of all, your reaction to this attack that we're seeing unfold from Iran to Israel.
As U.S. intelligence correctly predicted for a few days, the Iranian government is now reacting and retaliating against the Israelis, killing their key operative and their key sort of planning most important general in the Quds forces. The Quds forces is the external operation branch of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's the Iranian, sort of the second Iranian military that is more ideological. It has some elite units. And if the IRGC has an air force, has a ground force, and has a navy, it also has a Quds force. That's its external operation. The deputy commander, General Zahedi, Brigadier General Zahedi, who was killed at the Iranian consulate a few days ago in Damascus, is a highly valuable military and also sort of tactical and strategic figure for the Iranian leadership. I would say this is probably the most important loss for Iran for Iranian regime since the killing of Major General Qasem Soleimani, the former head of the IRGC, who was killed by the U.S. on January 3rd, 2020. It's a huge blow. So now they're retaliating. President Biden told the Iranians not to do it. The U.S. stands firmly behind Israel. The question is, A, how much damage these attacks are going to cause? Second, well, let me back up. The most important question is this it? Is this the only wave of attacks? These suicide drones and some missiles that Iran so far has launched, is there going to be another wave? Is Iran going to use its proxies? Hezbollah to Israel's north has hundreds of thousands of rockets and tens of thousands of missiles. And so if they start launching theirs, let's say in coordination with other proxies in the region, if the Hamas has been pretty much decapitated in Gaza, so they are really not in a position to do much from southern Israel. But so the first question is that it? Is there going to be another wave either from Iran or Iran's proxies? Second question is, where are these drones and missiles going? We don't exactly know where they're going to land. Iran has said they have these predetermined locations, but I don't have a lot of faith in the accuracy. Even if they did, have certain places in mind, I don't have a lot of faith in the accuracy of their delivery technology. And third is really reaction. How is Israel going to react? This is the first time since the Yom Kippur War of 1973, with one little exception. That's Saddam launching missiles in January of 1991. But this is the first time a state has actually attacked Israel without any U.S. involvement, without any secondary or other war. In 1991, there was the Gulf War, and Saddam launched missiles. But this is the first time since 1973, and we have to see how Israel reacts.
Mr. Aramesh, before this happened, well, actually, just before the attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus, there were
arms deal that Biden has promised Israel, including the F-35 jet fighters that he's asking for 20 of those. All of that is now available to him.
Okay. Sultan Barakat, thank you so much for your analysis. Let's now speak to Andrew Charlton, who's an aviation analyst. He's also the managing director of aviation advocacy. He's joining us from France. Welcome to Al Jazeera. We appreciate your time. What does the closure of airspace of certain countries like Jordan, like Iraq, like Lebanon tell you about the situation and maybe the way that it's going to unfold?
What it tells me is that in civil aviation, in commercial aviation, we are incredibly conservative. And it tells me nothing except that we are going to take really conservative decisions and we are going to avoid any airspace that might be at risk of any sort of conflict, any sort of firing, any sort of anything. At one level, it doesn't tell me anything. At another level, it tells me that all of the security forces within, or the security staff within airlines, are very worried that something's about to happen.
And we expect that airlines will now be diverting all their sort of incoming and outgoing flights from areas of tension?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, for sure. That's exactly what's going to happen. They are going, flights between Europe and Asia, for example, are going to divert around this entire area. It means flights are going to be longer. It means some flights are going to be cancelled. But airlines, commercial airlines, take incredibly conservative positions on these things.
Is it possible to say how long these airport closures would last, or is it depending on how the situation develops? I mean, how long can a country afford to have its airport closed?
Well, that's two different questions. For commercial airlines that are overflying these areas, it will take as long as it takes. It's how long is a piece of string. For airlines that are based in these areas and that need to operate commercial flights into and out of these areas, it's a much more complicated question. But again, I think if there's any risk of danger, they're not going to fly, they're not going to operate. And so it'll just take as long as it takes, I'm afraid.
And in your opinion, how big is that risk of danger right now as it stands?
Any danger, any risk of danger is big enough for commercial airlines. The last thing on earth that they want is to be caught up in a conflict like this. So they are always going to be incredibly conservative.
Okay. Andrew Charlton, thank you so much for speaking to us from France.
A pleasure.
Dorsa Jabari is joining us once again from Tehran. Dorsa, any more official reaction you're getting out of Iran?
Well, we've heard from the IRNA news agency affiliated with the state TV here, and they have had a source, they're quoting a source as saying that the ballistic missiles have been launched towards Israel, and we've seen unconfirmed footage being shown from various people in Iraq showing what looks like to be ballistic missiles flying over their airspace at the moment. No official confirmation yet. We expect the Revolutionary Guard to provide more details of this operation they've called True Promise. We also heard from Iranian Defense Minister, who said that any country that provides that opens its skies and soil for an attack against Iran will be met with a decisive response. We also heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, on X, formerly known as Twitter. He said that the United States, they've given the United States a necessary warning ahead of this attack. Now, we know that over the past few days, officials have been adamant that they don't want a full-out war, and there's been a plethora of messages back and forth between the United States and Iran, highlighting that fact that Iran's response would be precise and measured to avoid a larger conflict in the region. And what we're going to see over the next few hours will certainly determine if that will be the case.
And Dorsa, just to sort of take a step back for a second, when would this decision would have been made, if we know, and also who would ultimately have had to sign off on it?
Well, the decision would have been made by the Supreme National Security Council. It's made up of the president and high-ranking officials in the country who would decide how they would respond. But ultimately, the commander-in-chief in Iran, that is the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, would have to have given his final approval to this plan that was brought to him by defense officials and the Revolutionary Guard. So certainly, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would have the final say on what is taking place this evening. Of course, we have to remember this is something this supreme leader, who has been in power since 1989, would have certainly wanted to avoid, given that he came into power after the Iran-Iraq war, which ended after 8 years in 1988 and really decimated Iran both morally and economically. And this was something that the 84-year-old supreme leader certainly did not want to see a full-on confrontation with Israel, but was put in a position after Israel carried out that attack in Damascus, killing high-ranking Revolutionary Guard commanders, including one of his closest friends, the Brigadier General Mohammad Reza Zahedi. So certainly, I think the Supreme Leader, along with other high-ranking officials here, felt that they were in a position that they had no choice but to respond to Israel, not only because they were going to certainly look weak to their proxies in the region, but also to deter Israel from repeating these kinds of attacks, which the Supreme Leader himself was an act of war which they carried out on Iranian soil when they attacked the Iranian consulate in Damascus.
Okay, Dorsa, thank you so much for the time being. Well, it's just past 2200 hours GMT, so we're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching waves of missiles and drones at Israel. Senior U.S. officials have told American media they believe as many as 400 to 500 drones and missiles will be launched towards Israeli territory. It comes nearly 2 weeks after an attack on the Iranian consulate in Syria, which Tehran has blamed on Israel. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet right now, and the Israeli combat planes are in the air. Schools across the country have been closed for 3 days, and Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport is temporarily shut. Earlier, he said the country is prepared for any scenario.
Israeli citizens, in recent years and even more so in recent weeks, Israel has been preparing for the possibility of a direct attack from Iran. Our defense systems are deployed. We are prepared for any scenario, both in defense and attack. The state of Israel is strong, the IDF is strong, and the public is strong. We appreciate the U.S. standing by Israel's side, as well as the support of Great Britain, France, and many other countries. I established
In response, IDF fighter jets and artillery struck Hezbollah terror targets in the areas of El Karayeb, Wardiyeh, and Kilat al-Daba. Among the targets struck were terror in northern Israel.
Across the region,
defense is
regime in the
it's ready for any scenario. And with the attack underway, Iraq, Lebanon, Egypt, and Jordan are all announcing airspace closures, while Israel says it's also hit Hezbollah targets in Lebanon in retaliation for earlier attacks. Well, it looks like we're right in the thick of it at 1 a.m. locally here in Moscow and 1:30 in the morning in Tehran. So we continue with our breaking news for you right now here on RT. Iran says it's launched a retaliatory attack against Israel by firing dozens of drones and missiles at the country.
in response to the crimes committed by the Zionist regime in the attack on the consular section of the Iranian embassy in Damascus, the IRGC Air Force hit certain targets in the territory of the Zionist regime with dozens of drones and missiles.
Well, Israel also confirmed the launch of the Iranian drones and said all of its air defenses were on maximum alert.
Israel has planted an unmanned aircraft carrier across the territory of the State of Israel. We're facing a threat in the airspace. It is a threat that will take a few hours to reach the territory of the State of Israel. The IDF and the Air Force are taking into action the planned program to which we've been assigned as part of the operation across the territory of the State of Israel. We have an excellent air defense system and it's currently in full operation. But remember, defense is never hermetic.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the country is ready to respond both defensively and offensively.
Our defence systems are deployed. We're prepared for any scenario, both defensively and offensively. The State of Israel is strong, the IDF is strong, the public is strong. I established a clear principle. Whoever hurts us, we hurt him. We will defend ourselves from any threat, and we'll do so with coolness and determination. I know that you, citizens of Israel, are also keeping your cool. I urge you to listen to the directives of the Home Front Command. Together, we will stand out.
No, we have had no official warnings or any kind of alerts by the Iranian officials for the general public since the past few days or even the past few hours. There has been no guidance provided for the general public in Iran. There has been no warnings issued about flights being cancelled or anything of that nature. But Israel has made it very clear that it will respond directly. And one of the possible scenarios provided by Israel is to target Iranian nuclear facilities. There are 6 nuclear sites in Iran that have been declared. And one of them is here in the middle of Tehran. It's a research facility. But of course, the Israelis have said that anything is possible in their retaliation. But for the Iranians, there have been no measures taken to provide any kind of guidance to the public about what could possibly be a response from Israel.
Okay, Dorsa, thank you so much for the time being. We'll bring in Rory Challens joining us from occupied East Jerusalem. So the Prime Minister is meeting with the War Cabinet. Rory, what do we expect to come out of that meeting? Do we expect them to be taking any sort of next steps?
I think all the steps that Israel and its allies are going to be taking are probably in effect right now. I imagine that Benjamin Netanyahu in that war cabinet meeting is being kept appraised of the threats that are incoming right now. And let's recap on what those are. We understand that there are at least 100 drones on their way from Iranian territory. The first barrage of ballistic missiles, we understand, has been launched as well. And there have been rockets fired by Hezbollah against Israeli positions in the occupied Golan Heights. And the Houthis have launched drones, we understand, against Israel as well. So a multi-phased, multi-pronged, multi-threat assault is underway at the moment with Israel as the target. Israel has a very capable air defense system, a multi-layered air defense system that's made up of Iron Dome. It's made up of something called David Sling. It's made up of Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 as well. But not just that, it also has the help of various other countries and parties, from local allies such as Jordan, who are trying to shoot down some of the drones that might be going over its territory at the moment, but also the United States and partners like France and the UK. The indications are starting to come in that French and UK planes might be assisting Israel as well in targeting these drones and other targets and shooting them down. But Israel has not faced a threat like this before, with an onslaught of drones combined with missiles. It will be a severe test of its multi-layered air defense system. There will be electronic warfare that's going on at the moment, trying to disrupt the navigation systems of those drones and the navigation systems of the missiles that might be incoming as well. Plus, you've got the things that, the air defense that will be shooting things down, planes up in the air. I've been hearing jets and seeing jets in the sky above Jerusalem. So all of these things are in play at the moment. And at the moment, we're just waiting to see what the impact is going to be and how many of these projectiles, drones, missiles, etc., actually make it through that net and hit Israel.
Yeah, and Rory, are we getting any sort of sense or idea about which targets these drones will head to in Israel, if in fact they do make it through the air defense systems, as you're saying?
Well, some speculation is going around in the Israeli media that there would be military targets in the Golan Heights, perhaps, military targets in the Negev Desert. The assumption is that the Iranians won't be going after civilian targets, because they don't want the blowback, the reputational damage of what that would entail. Perhaps you could assume that cities like Jerusalem would be more or less safe because of their high Arab populations as well. But this is all speculation. So no, we don't really know at the moment what the targets are likely to be. The country is on high alert at the moment. So the military has been telling people to, if they hear air raid sirens, to go to their nearest air raid shelters and to stay in them until all clear is given. We know that groups of more than 1,000 people are banned at the moment, assembling together. Right. We understand that schools and universities, any educational facility, is going to be closed for the next next couple of days at least, and Israeli airspace is shut.
Yeah, Rory, and those demonstrations that you were speaking of were taking place in Tel Aviv. So let me bring in Hamda Salhout, who's joining us from there. Rory, thank you for the time being. Hamda, just tell us what you're hearing sort of on your end in Tel Aviv and what the mood is like with this breaking news story.
Well, look, Israel's prime minister actually convened his security cabinet this evening at the Kiryat. That's Israel's defense ministry right in the heart of Tel Aviv. And it's also where there was a protest happening right outside of it, calling to oust that same prime minister. So there is a lot of fear. There is a lot of worry. The police, in fact, ended up telling demonstrators to leave this protest immediately because of new guidelines that were issued by the Israeli army and by the Home Front Command, which is essentially rules and regulations that everyone must follow when it comes to these types of emergency situations. So those guidelines state that as of 11 p.m. tonight, gatherings of more than 1,000 people are banned, which is why this protest was broken up. But it was quite interesting hearing from demonstrators there who even said on the loudspeaker that in the face of this Iranian attack, whatever might come their way, they still want new leadership. So the Israeli security and defense officials have been preparing for this for quite some time, essentially since April 1st, since they knew that there was going to be some sort of retaliation for their airstrikes on the Iranian consulate building in Damascus, killing several IRGC commanders, some of them quite senior as well. The Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has spoken with American counterparts, speaking with the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin 2 times in the last several days alone. And this evening, he said that Israel now has what they're calling new capabilities, not just on the defense front, but also in terms of a response. What those new capabilities will look like are still unknown. The Israelis are also kind of hoping for neighboring countries in the region like Jordan to help shoot down these several drones that are coming in. The Iranians say they're also firing ballistic missiles. But when it comes to an attack of this size and scale, Israel has never been faced with anything like this. And we heard from our colleague Rory in occupied East Jerusalem, who talked about this air defense system that is threefold. The Iron Dome missile defense system is the most commonly used in Israel, but it's for short to medium range projectiles, meaning this is for rockets that don't really have any sort of guidance with them. They're not very technologically advanced. These are rockets we see primarily coming from Gaza. But in this war, the David Sling has been deployed once, and we haven't really seen Israel use the Arrow system, which is actually twofold, 1 and 2. The Iranian weapons capabilities are something that Israel has not fought against, so it's surely going to be a test to how well they say they are going to protect themselves. And the Israeli army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari himself, has said that there are air defenses that are lined up. They have been bolstered, but again, nothing is 100%. We even saw that in the beginning of the war on Gaza, when there were barrages of rockets coming from the Gaza Strip, the Iron Dome missile defense system was overwhelmed. And the reason why you would fire hundreds of projectiles, dozens all at once, is to overwhelm these air defense systems. So the Israelis say they are prepared. They're taking all measures possible. But again, they say that nothing is guaranteed.
Okay, Hamda, thank you for the time being. Well, as we mentioned, the U.S. President Joe Biden has now cut a weekend trip short. He's returned to Washington, D.C. to consult with his national security team. Heidi Jo Castro is joining us from Washington, D.C. And we understand that that meeting has now begun, Heidi.
That's right. Joe Biden is in the Oval Office. The truth of what is taking place and what will take place on the ground to get out. But, of course, there are cameras everywhere now, and I'm sure the reality will be seen. And we have already seen the panic by these settlers. And of course, that panic started right after the Israeli regime's attack on the embassy, or the consular section on the embassy. Right after that, we saw people actually going to the stores, buying, trying to buy food, trying to flee to what they could try to find safe areas, and many actually leaving the Israeli entity, leaving it. And actually over the last 6 months, we have seen many settlers leave the Israeli entity, never to return. So we will keep our eyes on that. Israeli media has reported the U.S. has asked Israel to consult Washington before any response to Iran's strikes. We wonder if the Israeli regime consulted the United States before they initiated that attack on Iranian land, basically, by attacking that embassy, because it definitely seems, I'm sure, for even themselves, they realize that that was a strategic mistake. Again, if you're just joining us, viewers, let me just catch you up a little bit, because, of course, some people are just turning on their televisions or just looking at this online, that we are in the middle, of course, of Iran's retaliatory attack on the Israeli regime. Iran has launched scores of drones, and some of the drones have entered Tel Aviv airspace. We have the Iron Dome that has been busy in trying to basically shoot down all of the drones. Also, Iran has launched ballistic missiles, and we believe that the 2 series of ballistic missiles attacks on their way towards the regime. We have had people celebrating in various countries the initiation of this attack, and the Palestinians themselves, to the Iranians here, also the Lebanese. We also know that the Yemenis also sent drones towards the Israeli regime. So we're covering all of this. And one other aspect of it, of course, is that it has the regime's radar and certain system. There was a cyber attack. And as you see, the Israeli media, the U.S. has asked Israel to consult before. But of course, again, it's that cyber attack that also has been taking place at the same time. Okay, I think I'm going to have, let me cross over to Beirut, and let me see who we have there. Go ahead, Beirut.
Yes, you're asking me.
Thank you so much. I couldn't see you at the time. Appreciate you being with us. Please go ahead and go ahead with your explanations.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear and see you. Please go ahead. Mr. Hesham Jaber, expert in military and strategic affairs. Thank you.
Okay, the strike, Iranian strike against the Zionist entity started, as you know, by launching several hundred of drones, different kind of drone, and according to based on my knowledge, the ballistic missiles now started to be launched. The ballistic missiles will arrive within minutes, a few minutes. The drone also, everything is organized because the drone takes a long time. Some of them 3 hours, some of them 4 hours. I think now they will arrive all together in order to perturb the air defense system of the Israeli entity. We don't know exactly where are the targets is. We did expect that 3 targets, very important, Gostan, between Haifa and Tel Aviv. There is Dimona, there is Eilat, and other military targets here. And before the launching the drone, or within at the same time, I mean 2 hours ago, we heard that the radar of the Israeli entity were attacked by a cyber attack, and we had a problem here. There is a state of fear inside the Israeli, the Zionist entity. We have everything will be clear within a few minutes. We know exactly where the attack, and based on the damage of this attack, and we have to expect a reply from the Zionist state.
All right, thank you so much for that explanation, Mr. Hisham Jaber, political affairs, military affairs expert. Thank you so much. Iran's IRGC Operation True Promise is part of punishment for Israeli crimes. I mean, that's what the IRGC is saying tonight. And of course, this has been on its way for a while. It's been almost 2 weeks, I think, since that attack on the Iranian consular section of the embassy, that Iran, from the very beginning, had said that the regime will get a response. And of course, throughout this time, the Iranian nation has been waiting and wanting that response. And as I said earlier, during the Eid al-Fitr prayers, the leader of the revolution said for sure that response would take place. And also the people were demanding that it takes place. There you're looking at these live images there from the University of Tehran, in Tehran, as people have gathered there to show their support for these retaliatory attacks. And earlier, of course, we saw from Palestine Square, people from the capital city here in the Islamic Republic also gathering, showing their support. We have seen fireworks actually being fired. And also we saw from Gorgan, where people from the Iranian nations have gathered. Again, you're looking at these live images. We're going to cross back over to Beirut with Hisham Jaber. And your thoughts on this? I mean, we're seeing such panic inside the regime, Hashim. Was it a total miscalculation on the part of the Israeli entity? Or how do you see it? And how do you see this playing out now during this night? Can you hear me?
Me? Who asking me?
Yes, Hisham Jaber. Mr. Jaber, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Yes. I said within minutes we will know where that strike exactly hit and what are the damages inside the Zionist entity. And we will see. We have to wait until a few hours to know where is going to be the Israeli reply. Israel, I don't think, has interest, of course, to attack Lebanon and to involve Hezbollah in this front. But I think Hezbollah will not escalate, will not give Israel this opportunity to open that front, because this front with Lebanon will be escalated in regional war. Iran doesn't want this. America also doesn't want a regional war, nor Hezbollah. But the Israeli leaders have interest to open this front. Or this front, I think, is going to be expected. Other direction, the Yemeni, we hear that the Yemeni also launched missiles to Eilat. I think the next few hours will be decisive, will be very important, to determine where is the battlefield is going to be inside the Israeli entity or outside. Where outside, every country in the regional country is in a state of readiness. And I don't think the American will interfere military, because many questions were asking today. No one American, intercept the drones. The drones stayed a few hours, as you know, in the sky. they haven't been intercepted.
Mm-hmm.
How many drones? We expect hundreds of them, different kind, Shahid, different kind, 2 kind Shahid, and the missiles, as I said, Iran has 9 kind of missiles.
Right, that is too funny, man, right? Fuck's sake. I can speak more proper on this cunt, man. And I've had the fucking... no half-pissed, but getting there. Oh my god. Anyway, let's get back to the comedy gold. Ricky Gervais's Iranian office.
In order to perturb and disturb the air defense system inside the Israeli entity.
So you said that all missiles must arrive. You said all missiles must arrive at the same time. Is it to basically overwhelm the Iron Dome, or is it part of the strategy? And if it was you, I know it's speculation right now, but what would be the most important targets in your perspective right now?
You're talking about the air defense system in Israel?
Yes. I'm talking about the targets. Speculation, of course, I understand. Understand it's speculation. Which targets would you would you deem as the most important ones right now that you would think Iran would hit?
Iran, after this strike, we will see if Iran is ready also in preparing another strike, because the crime made by Israel in Damascus was very dangerous and against international law. Iran has to respond and did respond now. We don't know if the escalation will be also from the side of Iran. We don't know exactly if the escalation, and I think Iran don't have to escalate now after this strike, has to wait to see what is the Israeli escalation is going to be, what is the Israeli reply, and based on this reply, Israeli, Iran, of course, prepared a plan B or another plan to reply to the Israeli aggression.
All right, stay with me, Mr. Hesham Jaber. Thanks so much. Stay with me. I'm going to cross over right here. Inside of Iran, we're going to cross over to, I believe, the city of Qom, where people there have also taken to the streets. Well, actually, it seems like they're outside of the shrine, the holy shrine of Masumeh in the city of Qom. Of course, she is the sister of Imam Reza, who is in Mashhad. Of course, the most well-known shrine inside of the Islamic Republic is in Mashhad. And this is a shrine of his sister, Masumeh, the Masumeh shrine there in Qom, as people are chanting and people are out and supporting Iran's retaliatory attacks on the Israeli regime. And I must say, this is the middle of the night. Of course, it's 1:56 a.m. right here in the Islamic Republic of Iran. For those who had not gone to sleep before this finding what had taken place, they have taken to the streets in various cities in the country. And here, this is a holy shrine of Hazrat Masumeh in Qom, Iran. And people are chanting, of course, death to Israel.
My lordy, 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 man. These people need some good PR consultants, right? Don't go on a podium and start getting everybody doing like crazy chants and slogans and going,
It doesn't look good, man. It makes you look fucking crackpots. That's just my free PR consultancy.
Military action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic premises in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. However, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. Now, this is an interesting point that has been reiterated, that the U.S. need not and should not get involved in this situation. And if they do, then they too will be responsible. So it seems, I mean, the way this is worded is as if this round is the main part of this retaliation, but it can easily continue if the regime continues to be aggressive towards the Islamic Republic of Iran. Of course, watching this situation very closely, and you're looking at live images there from Qom, from the shrine of Hazrat Masumeh, as people have gathered. They're waving signs and flags, Iranian flags, flags of Hezbollah, as people are very happy that this retaliation is taking place. Again, if you're just joining us, well, you're in the middle of a very, very busy night from this part of the world as Iran launched many drones towards the Israeli regime a couple of hours ago. Those drones have reached the regime and were seen, some of them were seen in Tel Aviv, above Tel Aviv. We know that the Iron Dome was shooting down some of them. We're not sure exactly what has happened. Also, Iran has launched 2 series of ballistic missiles. So we are still in the process of waiting to see exactly what is taking place. But as we speak, people in various countries have already taken the street. You're looking at these live images here coming out of Iran, out of Qom. We also saw images earlier from another part of the country. We also know that Palestinians have also taken to the streets, and also those near Masjid Al-Aqsa Mosque have celebrated Iran's retaliatory actions, as have the Lebanese. And we also know that Hezbollah launched a series of missiles towards the Golan Heights, as well as the Yemenis, who launched drones towards the Israeli entities. So lots of action, lots taking place. So make sure you stay with us right here at Press TV as we bring it to you as we get it in. I'm going to cross back over to Beirut and Mr. Hisham Jaber.
Get the crazy fucking era. Fucking hurting my ears, man. I'm going to go to my bed soon.
Well, Mr. Jaber, your thoughts now. Iran is saying the matter of response to Israeli attack on embassy can be deemed concluded. What do you get from that statement? How do you read this?
Iran is defending itself. What Iran made is illegal.
You're that old guy again.
Made in Damascus.
He died 5 minutes ago.
This strike it made its duty, and we know the people is happy of this retaliation, and everybody ask question, what next? I am sure Iran will not hit any American target unless America will interfere. As you said, and Iranians said, they said to Washington to stay away, and they will not attack any American target in the region. In the case of America will interfere, I think in this case, in two cases, America interfere or the Israeli attack the land of Iran. Attacking Iranian land is difficult. And why difficult? Technically, it's difficult because if they attack Iranian land by aircraft, they have to fly over any Arab country in the region. And Iran warned the Arab because it will be very dangerous to allow Israeli Air Force to fly over. Second, Israel doesn't have enough long-range missiles to attack precisely. You know, Iran is very, very large country and very big country. And in this case, Iran will reply very hard, you know, to Israel. If the targets today are not, you know, clear, we don't know exactly. If Iran will attack this region, I think it's very, very hard to Israel to wake up again. Second, I think if America would interfere, Iran will not attack the American soil, mainland. But you know, more than 100 American soldiers are in the bases in the Gulf around Iran. Those will be the targets of Iranian missiles. I don't think Mr. Biden will be happy to bring his kids, as he said, our kids, in a box to America, especially in this moment he has election. I am sure, confident that America will do its best.
Mate, this dude is well funny, man. What the fuck is this mumbling that they're talking about?
Help Israel, of course. They are helping Israel. They didn't stop any day from helping Israel. Look at Gaza, you know, until now, they help Israel, and Palestinian innocent and kids and women are killing every day by American weapons sent to Israel every day. But helping Israel, but not interfere against Iran. That's, I am sure about it. So those operations will be limited unless the Israeli enemy will attack around it, will attack South Lebanon, will attack Damascus maybe, and you know, and some position of Iran embassy or something like this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hisham Jaber, expert military and strategic affairs out of Beirut, for being with us. All right. Of course, again, reading that statement that Iran has said if Israel makes another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. So we're watching and seeing exactly what that means. Let's cross over right now to Tehran University, and Gisu Ahmadi is standing there. Gisu, you're just everywhere tonight. Now tell us what's going on, what's happening there.
Well, ever since the news broke out, Marzieh, that Iran has launched an attack on Israeli targets, a huge crowd of students has gathered in front of Tehran University, where I'm standing right now. And I can tell you, over the half hour that I've been here, all the streets leading to Tehran University are now filled with people who are here to express their support for the IRGC, to express their support for the people of Palestine. You can see them holding the flags, the Palestinian flag, and also they are expressing their joy for this retaliatory attack. This, for them, was a long time attack. They were expecting this to happen so many times, and Iran has been very patient with Israel, considering the number of assassinations of nuclear scientists, high-ranking military officials, and of course, this was definitely something that they were expecting to happen. They're very happy that the IRGC has finally launched an attack against Israeli targets, and they are of course here to express their support and their joy not only for the IRGC but also for the oppressed people of Palestine.
All right, well, thank you, Gisu. Stay with me. So tell me, Gisu, when I don't know if you've had a time yet to talk to people out there. Of course, it's the middle of the night, and their expectations at this point in time. I'm not sure. Have you had time to talk to anyone yet out there?
Yes, of course, Marzieh. I've been here for the past half hour, and I've been talking to the people who are here. At first, there were only students, and then ordinary people have now joined this huge crowd. They've created a huge crowd in front of Tehran University. Well, they are chanting slogans, and all of them are expressing their joy and their happiness for this attack. This is something that they were expecting for such a long time to happen, and now you can see that a group of motorcyclists are also joining in this crowd, also expressing their support for not only the people of Palestine and the IRGC move, but they're also chanting slogans saying that they will always support the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei, and they will be prepared for whatever he wants them to do. So this is basically the theme here. You see that the motorcyclists are honking their horns, their cars passing by honking their horns in joy. That's their way of expressing their happiness right now. And of course, I have been informed that in other cities across Iran, particularly the city of Qom, similar crowds have gathered in the streets to express their happiness for this attack, which like I said, it was something they were expecting for such a long time. And eventually, Iran, after Israel crossed this huge red line, has launched this attack, and they're very happy about this, and they're expressing their support, Marzieh.
All right, stay with me, Gisu. Mehdi Abbasian is here also in the studio. Mehdi, tell me, what's the latest information that you have?
Well, Marzieh, the latest we've got is about the failure of Israel's, let's say, air defense system. Western media and the reports that we're receiving from inside the Israeli-occupied territories indicate that Iran's multi-layer, intricate strike has led to the total confusion of the Israeli army. And what has been reported from inside the Israeli occupied territories indicates that the high number of Iranian drones used in this retaliatory strike, first of all, American media have reported that this is by far the, let's say, biggest drone strike in history. Iran has seemingly got Tel Aviv by surprise. Now, the other thing is the videos that are circulating on social media, the ones particularly that are related to the people in the Gaza Strip. We can see many, as we see that Iranians across the country are, let's say, celebrating this strike, this retaliation for the crimes of the regime, particularly the targeting of Iranians in the country's embassy in Damascus, in Syria. We see that Palestinians are hailing this strike as an event that after 190 days of Israeli onslaught and genocide, at least for the first time after 190 days, I repeat, Palestinians tonight can sleep without being killed. And there are no Palestinians are being killed by Israelis tonight, as the regime is now facing the result of its own wrongdoings. Now, the other thing that I have to say is that Israeli officials have ordered people, settlers, to be more specific, in, let's say, Golden Heights, in Eilat Port, as well as Dimona, to evacuate their homes and flee to bunkers in case the Iranian missiles target strategic areas inside the Israeli occupied territories. The other thing that we have found out is that the emergency services across the Israeli occupied territories are on high alert, and the regime is getting prepared for let's say, a high number of casualties. However, as earlier reports indicated, the regime is going to, let's say, pursue and has ordered, to pursue a policy of undercounting the casualties. This is not something new. Through the years, Israel has always undercounted the number of military forces or that it has lost in the battle against let's say, the resistance forces in Palestine or other resistance forces. So this is nothing new. The other thing that we have is the constant explosions heard across the occupied territories. And what we have for now is the...
we can hear sirens in the background. What can you see what's going on?
Well, we're hearing quite a lot of activity now.
Yeah, man, it's getting good.
We've been told by the Israeli Defense Forces that they are prepared for all scenario. They warned that there would be sirens heard across Israel when these drones started to come in. We're also hearing the sound of explosions as well. We've seen a lot of what look like air defense interception systems over Jerusalem. And we've heard explosions as well. Now, what exactly that is, we don't know. But certainly the warning was that the drones would hit Israeli soil at around 2 o'clock. So very soon. It's coming up to that hour now. Now, throughout the evening, we've also heard the sound of warplanes going overhead, fighter jets. We're told by the Israelis that tens of fighter jets. You heard another explosion there in the distance, slightly off to my left. Over here, we can see another one of the interceptions happening just above us. It's like a streak of yellow going on the sky above me. But we've been told by the Israeli Defense Forces that they've got fighter jets up in the air trying to intercept these drones as they come in, tens of fighter jets. We also understand as well that American planes and British planes have been involved in bringing these drones down as they approach Israeli airspace. A number of those have been hit around the border with Iraq, but clearly a very fluid situation here, very alarming, very eerie, hearing those sirens. People across the country have been warned to stay inside, stay close to their bomb shelters. But it seems we're just seeing more flashes across the sky as we speak now. But it seems you can hear the punctuation there. But the hope is, of course, from the Israelis that they can bring all of these drones down. And I think the big question really that many people have is whether or not these drones, another explosion there, whether these drones get through, whether they cause any damage, whether there is any loss of life, and what the reaction will be from the Israeli government and obviously the Israeli Defense Forces. The danger, of course, is that these drones do get through, they do cause damage, and then a very volatile, febrile situation escalates much further. The risk, of course, is that this heads towards a much wider regional confrontation, a regional war. But that's the situation here in Jerusalem. Unclear at the moment what is going on in other Israeli towns and cities.
Absolutely dramatic pictures there, Alex. And I mean, as you say, you're in Jerusalem. Just tell us, how rare is it to see these kinds of interceptions in Jerusalem? Because, of course, it is something that for example, on other borders outside of Jerusalem, the Israeli border, these interceptions do happen, but how rare is it to see it over Jerusalem?
I think we're hearing more explosions, actually, Barbara, in the distance, quite faint away. You probably can't make this out, but I'm also hearing a lot of car alarms that have been set off as well by the frequency of these explosions. It's pretty unusual, really, in Jerusalem. It does happen. Hamas, of course, has the capability, or had the capability, to fire rockets this far, but it is quite unusual, certainly, to see that many interceptions going on here. Jerusalem, of course, is the city that Israel calls its capital. It's a disputed city, of course, not recognized by most of the international community, but pretty unusual. Of course, the other place which will be a focus is the commercial capital of Israel, Tel Aviv. Not sure at this stage, as I've been talking to you, what the situation is there. Just before we came on air, we were also hearing, and this is through Hezbollah channels, this is the militant group based in Lebanon, that they had launched volleys of rockets into northern Israel. There will have been interceptions there. So in the southern region, around Gaza, you frequently hear sirens going off. You frequently see interceptions from the Iron Dome air defense system. And in the northern region of Israel as well, that flashpoint with Hezbollah, that has been, of course, extraordinarily active since October the 7th. There are daily exchanges between the Israeli military and Hezbollah, but very unusual here. It seems to have gone quiet at the moment. We're seeing more interceptions overhead, but I'm assuming, because the sirens have gone off, that the main danger has passed. But you have to remember, with those sirens, most Israelis in Jerusalem will be heading for bomb shelters. Because of the position that Israel finds itself in, Israelis are very used to those kind of drills. The Home Front Command has been warning them throughout the day that this situation could arise. We know that schools have been cancelled tomorrow and for the days going forwards. But that's the scene here, Barbara, in Jerusalem. Interceptions in the skies above us. Another explosion there in the distance. Told, of course, that these drones that had been sent from Iran, this phalanx of more than 100 drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, would hit or come towards Israeli airspace by about 2 o'clock, which is around, of course, now. We're waiting, of course, to see what this means going forwards. It's unclear at this stage whether there are going to be more drones, whether there are also going to be missiles. There have been reports that missiles have been launched, but it's not been confirmed by the Israeli military. My understanding is that they will be carrying out a situational assessment at about 5 or 6 in the morning to try and better understand exactly what has happened. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is at the Kiryat, which is the Israeli defense headquarters in Tel Aviv, where he has been hosting or holding a war cabinet, again trying to gauge what Israel's response will be to this unprecedented attack by the Iranians.
I think I hear another explosion there. And Alex, you mentioned missiles. Iran did say it has launched ballistic missiles as part of its attack targeting Israel. So Iran says it has. And looking at the time when news broke that drones and missiles had been launched, the IDF said it would take a couple of hours. But like you mentioned, they expected most of the drones to arrive just about now, 2 a.m. in Israel and coming up to midnight here in the UK.
Yeah, that's correct. So, I mean, pretty much they had calibrated or worked out how long it would take these drones to come. They don't travel particularly fast at about 115 to 140 miles an hour. So they would have been able to track them coming into Israel and predict exactly when they came in. But of course, the hope for the Israelis is that they will be able to take most of them out of the skies, either by the fighter jets, which we've heard roar periodically overhead throughout the evening, heading in that direction towards Jordan and presumably to where these drones are coming in, and then also the air defense systems. Israel has a very, very sophisticated, technologically advanced military, very sophisticated air defense system, and of course we just saw that doing its job. The big unknown, Barbara, of course, is what the Israeli response is going to be going forwards. Now, lots of this has to do with deterrent on both sides. You could see that in the reaction that Israel has had after October the 7th, the very destructive war that it launched on Gaza to try and destroy Hamas. The deterrence that Israel had established has been completely shattered, and part of that is trying to restore the restoration of that deterrent, which also fits with the pattern of why it targeted the consulate in Damascus, which had Iranian generals in, which is the reason that we're now seeing the Iranians retaliate. But it also comes down to deterrence for the Iranians. As far as they're concerned, they need to try and show to their people, there are domestic concerns here, that they are doing something in the face of this Israeli attack. Now, what happens next? You know, this is the big question, the big unanswered question going forwards. And, you know, we don't know. It may very well be that these drones come in. Iran has made its point. There is no damage in Israel. There is no loss of life. And this could be the end of the matter. It may very well be that this is the beginning of it. We simply don't know at this stage whether this is one attack, whether it's going to be a series of attacks. But what we can say is this attack by Iran coming from Iranian soil to Israel is unprecedented. And this really is, make no mistake, it really is an extraordinarily dangerous moments for the region.
And for viewers tuning in now, let's just explain what we're seeing. That's the skyline over Jerusalem. And we have been watching as drones coming in from Iran have been shot down by the air defense interception systems, quite a few just over the past 15, 20 minutes or so. I mean, Alex, you were talking about how Israel's deterrence has been shattered. You know, the Israelis, of course, still traumatized by the events of October 7th. How have most people been preparing for this attack? Because even though it was announced officially about 2 hours ago, there have been, you know, rumors and speculation for at least a couple of days now.
Yeah, so we had, a couple of days ago, we had those very, very strong warnings from the American security services, which have turned out to be accurate, that there was an attack planned by the Iranians. The word that they used, it was imminent. It could come in the next couple of days. That was about 48 hours ago. And here it is. Now, I think people generally in Israel, they live with the threats. They live in a rough, dangerous neighborhood, and that's been the case pretty much since the creation of Israel in 1948. So people are, you know, at a certain extent, they're kind of used to living with that level of tension. Many people I spoke to leading up to this didn't really believe, or they hoped, that it wouldn't happen. The other thing that was impressed upon me by many people I spoke to, you know, civilians out and about whilst reporting on this story, is that they also had great faith in their military and the technology that the military used, that if there was an attack, they would be able to deal with it and, if need be, counterattack. So that was the kind of response that you had from ordinary Israelis. Now, they've also had many
chose to throw at it, and so in the immediate days after that strike on the Iranian complex in Damascus that killed several Iranian generals and high-ranking military people, the Israelis basically put in place numerous preparations. So they cancelled leave for all combat units, basically telling any ground force that was in its position at that time, that they couldn't go home, they couldn't leave their post, they could be redeployed to wherever they needed to be, but going on leave, absolutely not. So that indicated that the Israelis wanted to be prepared not just for something coming from the sky, but also for any kind of incursion on the ground as well, which I assume they probably meant was going to be most likely coming from Hezbollah in the north across the Lebanese border. They also called up air defence reservists, of course, for what we're seeing playing out at the moment, because that was always going to be the most likely thing. But then there was also the threat to Israeli diplomatic compounds and embassies and consulates around the world, so they were put on high alert too. And then there was jamming, so they did jamming of GPS systems around the country. We've seen a lot more of that going on over the last few hours as well. Electronic warfare being used in a fairly major way to try and disrupt the drones as they come in. So these are the kind of things that Israel put into place to try and prepare for this. But then, of course, the Americans came to liaise. We had the general of Central Command. I think you might be able to see there's another interceptor going off. It's very far in the distance there, so maybe it's too far away for the camera to pick out. But there was another interceptor going up there, so obviously the threats are still coming in. Yeah, as I was saying, the Americans were here. The general in charge of U.S. Central Command was here to liaise with the Israelis and build up their kind of intelligence picture of what might be coming. So these are the kind of things that Israel has been doing, and the government has been insisting to people that the country is as prepared as it could possibly be, but warning them that air defence is not infallible. However competent it is, something might well get through.
All right, Rory Challenge there, live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, we'll no doubt come back to you a little bit later. For our viewers just joining us here, it's just gone past 2300 GMT. We're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching its retaliatory attack on Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have launched its first wave of missiles, as you've been seeing on our screens. Air raid sirens, as Rory was telling us there in occupied East Jerusalem, are sounding, and rockets have been intercepted above cities across Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. A senior U.S. official has told the American media they believe as many as 400 to 500 drones and missiles will be launched towards Israeli territory. Well, Tehran says it's a response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Damascus in Syria. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli combat planes are also in the air now as we speak. Israeli officials say the response will be firm and clear and have called Iran's attack a severe and dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden has rushed back to Washington. He's currently monitoring the situation with his national security team at the White House. Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. Here's a diagram of all that. It comes after early reports of interference with the GPS navigation systems. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering the story. We start in Tehran with Dorsa Jabari. Dorsa, so we've just had this statement on X, haven't we, by the Iranians saying this is their only response and consider the matter concluded and they don't want a widening of the conflict. What should we make of that response and how significant is it, Dorsa?
Well, Darren, I think this is first a explanation being provided by Iran's permanent mission to the world, invoking Article 51 of the UN Charter, which states the country's right to self-defense, but also saying that the matter is concluded, hinting that should there be any further escalation, it is on the part of the Israelis that it would come, and also warning the United States that they should stay away from this conflict, that this is between Israel and Iran, and they should not get involved. So a few things to take away from this post on X by Iran's permanent mission. Certainly from what we've been hearing over the past few hours, first, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are carrying out this attack against Israel, calling this mission a true promise, that is the name of it. They say that they've launched drones and missiles towards Israel as a result of their aggression, and that this decision was made by Iran's Supreme National Security Council, which convened shortly after that attack on Iran's consulate section in Damascus that killed 7 Revolutionary Guard officials, including Brigadier General Mohammad Reza Zahedi, one of the inner working inner officials within the country's establishment. But of course, this wasn't the only incident that led to what we're seeing tonight, that attack on Iran's consulate section, which Iranians called an act of war by Israel, a declaration of war, but also an attack on Iran's soil. The Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had warned repeatedly over the past 12 days since that attack took place that Iran will respond decisively and that it will be Israel will be made to regret what they did. Israeli forces have carried out strikes in Syria since October 7th repeatedly and killed 18 Revolutionary Guard officials since then alone. But of course, that is not the only time that they've targeted senior Iranian officials. We saw a number of attacks on nuclear scientists in Iran over the past decade, with the last one, high-ranking Fakhrizadeh was assassinated in Tehran, and Iran blamed Israel for that attack. But Iran didn't directly target Israel until tonight. This is the first time in the country's history that Iran has taken such a decisive action, but it seems to be fairly limited. First of all, there was communication back and forth between Iran and the United States, Iranian officials making it very clear that they don't want a full-on confrontation with the West, and that what they're going to do is have a precise and limited action against Israel, and that the Iranian foreign minister just tonight posted on his X account that the United States had sufficient warning in advance about what was to come. So there's no surprises about what is happening tonight.
Dorsa, there was a lot of speculation, wasn't there? We were talking to you earlier, particularly coming in from the United States, about when and where the retaliation would take place. But Iran remained pretty silent about how they would respond. So was this specific kind of attack expected? Because they've even given it a name, haven't they, for the operation?
Yes, True Promise is the name. And they did say that this was coming without specifying exactly what kind of an attack would take place. It was noteworthy over the past 10 days or so. We didn't hear a lot from the high-ranking officials about what kind of a response specifically Iran would have for Israel. There was generic statements made, but there was very little comments made by, for example, the head of the Revolutionary Guard or the defense minister or the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Aerospace division, who is in charge of the events happening tonight. What is clear is that Iran was very careful about what they were going to do. This was a very much calculated response because it took them so long to actually do. Many people here were doubting whether or not there will be a direct response from Iran. Many believe that the Iranian proxies in the region, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Yemen, would be the ones to respond to Israel. But Iran has decided now this is a very critical point in this country's history and relationship, or lack thereof, with one of its longest adversaries, that is Israel. And so they felt that this was a necessary step to not only show the strength of the Iranian military machine, but also as a deterrence for Israel to further prevent these kinds of attack against Iranian officials.
Dorsa, as we're talking to you, we're seeing some of those earlier pictures of those explosions being heard throughout Israel, some of the missiles and drones being intercepted. So for our viewers who are just joining us, that's what they're seeing in those boxes outside of you and I talking. And for the viewers who are just joining us now, remind them why Iran had to respond in this way, because Iran saw the Damascus attack as a direct assault on its sovereignty, on its territory. Did they have no option but to respond in this way?
Well, many here believe that they didn't. If they didn't directly respond to Israel, this kind of behavior by Netanyahu's government and the military in Israel will continue. There's been targeted assassinations of Iranian officials, not only in Syria, Lebanon, but also inside Iran. There's been a number of nuclear scientists who have been assassinated inside the country, and Iran has repeatedly blamed Israel for them. Now, this is something that the Iranians have never considered until now, but it seems that an attack in Damascus was the final straw for the Iranians. And of course, we have to remember that this country's history, the long war that it was engaged in with Iraq 8 years after the revolution happened here in 1979. The war began in 1980 and lasted until 1988. It was devastating for this country. And the supreme leader that is now in power since 1989, he's the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces, had a very difficult decision to make. This was not something that was taken lightly by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, because to engage with direct conflict with Israel is something nobody here wants or wanted. But I think the officials felt there was no other option. If they use proxies in the region, they will be made to look weak, because they had said that they don't have direct say of what those proxies do. So they felt this was the time for them to step up. There has been rhetoric for the past 45 years in Iran between what the Iranians feel Israel is doing in Palestine and how Iran will respond to the aggression that has continued against the Palestinian population. So I have to tell you, these scenes that we're seeing tonight are extremely unprecedented. I think many Iranians, when they wake up on Sunday morning, will be utterly shocked that Iran has actually taken this decision to launch direct attacks from Iran towards Israel. These are threats that we've heard over and over again over the past 4 decades. But to see the scenes over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv are something many here never imagined they would see.
All right, Jorsa Jabari there reporting live for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. As we're looking at some of those earlier pictures of those interceptions, we understand there have been explosions and interceptions throughout, across Israel against these Iranian missiles and drones as they're being intercepted. So those are some of the pictures you're seeing on your screen now. Let's bring in Sean Bell. He's a military analyst and a retired Air Vice Marshal. He joins us live from Birmingham in the UK. Sean, thank you very much for being with us. Give us first your response then to this retaliation we're seeing tonight against Israel. And how surprised are you that Iran used a direct attack rather than its proxies? Because that's significant, isn't it?
Yeah, good evening, Darren. It is significant. I don't think many people are surprised. I think, as your correspondents quite rightly have been saying, you know, when Israel chose to mount an attack onto the consulate in Syria, the Iranian consulate, on the 1st of April, killing 13 people, including a senior military commander, that they must have expected there was going to be some sort of retaliation. I think what's been interesting, first of all, is how long it's taken for Iran to find the right response. And also, I think Iran finds itself on the horns of a dilemma. As many of your previous correspondents have been saying, Iran does not want to get involved in a war, but it has to protect its reputation. And it certainly doesn't want to see any retaliation as being an excuse for Israel and potentially America to start attacking Iran, particularly its nuclear weapons program, because ultimately it's not if, it's when Iran finally develops nuclear weapons. That will be the ultimate deterrent for nations like Israel and the US, and it will not want to see those get lost. So I don't think anybody's surprised at the level of the attack. I think what we're all looking for at the moment is whether or not they are military targets, maybe government targets, whether there have been telephone warnings to advise to try and minimize the number of casualties, and whether or not actually this is a single wave of attacks. I think what's other thing you're seeing on your pictures, I would remind viewers that at the moment, the Iron Dome and systems like that are only really useful against drones. And it does seem to be that Iran has coordinated a series of attacks, potentially even Hamas firing rockets, but certainly Hezbollah firing rockets, and with the Houthis also attacking in the Red Sea. This is a very, very well coordinated series of attacks by Iran, trying to make a clear point to Israel.
Yeah, Sean, let's just stick with the issue of the drones. What do we know then about these Shahed drones that are now coming in over Israel and being intercepted? I mean, their range, their speed, their warheads, their payloads, etc. Because we know that they've also been used by the Russians in the war with Ukraine.
Yes, I mean, from a military perspective, they're not that capable. I mean, they're about the same speed as a car. They do about up to 140 miles an hour. They have got long endurance. They can travel hundreds of miles, and they can be quite carefully programmed. They've got a relatively small warhead, 50 kilograms, but that will still do a lot of damage on the ground. But they're really more terror weapons than anything else. The huge advantage is that these things are probably only about $20,000 a time, whereas most of the cruise and ballistic missiles, you're talking about $1 million, $2 million a time. So the great thing about drones is that you can afford quantity, and sort of quantity has a quality all of its own, because you can actually start to deluge air defenses, and that's what these weapons are trying to do. They're a terror weapon more than actually physically be able to do material damage, but they are, as you said, very widely being used out in by the Russians against Ukraine targets, because it forces air defense systems to operate against them, sucking up expensive air defense missiles and therefore creating potentially the pathway through for cruise missiles and the ballistic missiles, which are much more expensive, travel a lot faster, a lot more capable, but obviously are limited supplies and very expensive.
Yeah, let's just get a final thought from you, Sean, and stay with that issue of the Iranian strategy here. You were saying it's to overwhelm, is it to overwhelm Israel's multi-layered air defense system, and by using other aerial assets like missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, in effect, the attack itself is multi-layered as well?
The attack will certainly be multi-layered. I mean, there's no point firing one missile and having it shot down out of the sky by the very careful, very high-tech Israel air defense systems. That would appear that Iran was not strong. It wouldn't be seen as a robust response. So it would have to have considered a multi-wave attack, but Iran would have been well aware that most of the drones will get shot down. It's more a question of where the main missile strikes. But my overwhelming sense of this, though, is that Israel must have known when it attacked that consulate on the 1st of April that there would trigger some sort of response like this. And despite America asking Iran for a measured response, telling them not to respond, Iran probably had no choice. So the real question is, what was Israel seeking to achieve with those attacks on the 1st of April? And is this part of a carefully coordinated plan? Because Israel's made no secret of the fact that, having dealt with Hamas, it wanted to deal with Hezbollah next. And this attack by Iran might well give Israel license to have a go after Hezbollah next.
All right, Sean Bell, live for us there from Birmingham in the UK. Sean Bell, a military analyst and retired Air Vice Marshal. Thank you very much indeed for your time and your analysis. Let's go back to Rory Challens. He joins us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, so just talk us through now what you're seeing and hearing. You're there in occupied East Jerusalem. You've been hearing these explosions, seeing these interceptions. Tell us what you're seeing. Tell us a bit more, Rory.
Well, there have been extraordinary scenes, I have to say, over the skies of Jerusalem this evening. Just a half an hour ago, it looks calm now. It is calm, but just 30 or so minutes ago, the sky behind me was lit up with, well, I mean, what looked from here like slow-moving fireworks arching into the sky, which were interceptors launched by Israeli air defense all around the city, rising up to meet the threat of Iranian drones coming in, perhaps cruise missiles. We don't know exactly what the targets up in the sky were. But this is unprecedented, an Iranian drone and missile attack coming into the main cities of Israel, and an attack from Iran on Israeli territory itself, of the launching of dozens, if not hundreds, of drones. We understand that several waves have been launched from Iran, and it's possible that what I saw in the skies just a few minutes ago was only the first of those waves coming in. There might well be more. The Israeli government is saying that the battle is not over. What he was meaning by that, the Israeli spokesperson, government spokesperson, was that Israel is going to be launching its own response. So lots of questions, because we are in uncharted territory at the moment. Those questions are, how many more of these projectiles, missiles and drones launched from Iran, launched from Hezbollah, launched from the Houthis, are going to be making their way to Israel? How many of them are going to be getting through? We understand at the moment, we only know of one actual ground detonation down in the Negev desert, injuring a Bedouin boy. What is Israel's response going to be? These are the big questions that are going to be answered only as we go through the night and then into the days to come.
Yeah, Rory, you touched briefly there on a possible target there near the Negev desert. Is there any indication yet as to what the targets are and where these drones and missiles might be landing? And presumably, I mean, they won't be going for civilian targets.
Well, that's the assumption, but it can't be a given, because as we've seen, there have been targets seemingly selected in Jerusalem itself, or at least the drones or the missiles were passing over here and being intercepted over here. So we can't assume that civilian targets haven't been chosen. It is more likely that the Iranians are going for military targets. That, I think, is the main assumption from the Israeli military planners and from the Americans who've been assisting them in their overwatch, in their intelligence, in their electronic warfare, and also with planes up in the skies, not just over Israel itself, but over Jordan and around the region, trying to intercept these threats as they come in. We understand that the British have had planes up as well, and the French has been assisting with its navy. So Israel has assistance from various parties, various countries and allies. It's had assistance from the Jordanians as well, who've been shooting down these drones as they've been passing over. It seems, for the moment, like the threat is being dealt with, but no air defence system is 100%, and there will always be things that get through.
Rory, just a final thought to you. I mean, you're saying now that things have calmed down somewhat there where you are in occupied East Jerusalem. What is the Israeli public, Rory, being told? I mean, we know that schools have been closed, the airport's closed, air raid shelters have been reopened. How are ordinary citizens being prepared as the country's on high alert?
Well, the country's been waiting for this for more than a week. So I think everyone has sort of accepted that something is coming, something has been imminent, and they have been told various things that they should do, various things that they shouldn't do by the government. They've been told not to panic because governments are always very keen to avoid that kind of hysteria breaking out on the streets with people running hither and thither and causing all sorts of chaos. They didn't want that to happen, but they did want people to have the knowledge of where the nearest air raid shelter was, and to make sure that it wasn't locked or that the pathway to it wasn't obstructed, those kinds of things. But then, of course, the government has been putting into place, as this attack seems to be getting more and more imminent, this evening, the government put into place these extra restrictions on gathering people, gathering in crowds more than 1,000. That disrupted an anti-government protest that was taking place in Tel Aviv earlier on this evening. And schools, as you say, are being shut for the next 2 days. Daycare, universities, any kind of educational establishment are basically shutting its doors, doing any kind of teaching online. These are the kinds of things that the Israeli public have been told to prepare for, and the rules that they have to obey.
All right, Rory Challen's live for us there in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, thank you. And for those viewers who are just joining us now, we are seeing some earlier pictures there of those Iranian drones being intercepted over various parts of Israel. Those are the pictures that you're seeing on your screen now. Rory's been telling us that there have been interceptions across Israel tonight. So they're just some of the earlier pictures But Rory was telling us there from occupied East Jerusalem that it seems to have quietened down, certainly in Jerusalem for now. That may be just the fact that it's the first of many waves. But for now, Rory is saying the threat seems to have dissipated over Jerusalem. Let's bring in Hamda Salut. She's in Tel Aviv and was earlier at an anti-government rally there. Hamda, events have moved swiftly tonight, haven't they, with this Iranian response? We came to you earlier and you were telling us about explosions and interceptions with the air defense system. What are you seeing and hearing now, Hamda?
Well, now it is seeming like this has passed at least the first wave of it, but the Israelis have said that this is not over. There were initial reports in the evening of a second and third wave of fleets of drones that were also launched. The Israeli Iron Dome missile defense system, the David Sling, the Arrow, all of them in use this evening, but primarily across the occupied territories. We saw in occupied East Jerusalem, where our colleague Rory Challenge was, where the sirens were blaring out, but the sirens, in fact, were all over Israel, and the explosions and interceptions within the sky were quite prominent everywhere you look. Now, Israeli planes are also buzzing and roaring overhead, and that's because the Israeli army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, had said that there will be multiple types of mechanisms that they will use for air defense, and that includes fighter jets. But it was interesting to see some of these interceptors and some of these drones and missiles potentially coming in from all different directions, some of them coming in from the sea, which we have never seen before, especially in conflicts with Israel. And when it comes to Lebanon, when it comes to Gaza, we've never seen these type of projectiles or interceptors come from the direction of the sea heading south. Now, the Israelis have said that they have had new mechanisms, not only for intercepting, but also saying that they are going to respond and that they have new capabilities and measures for whatever that response is going to be against the Iranians. While the Iranians have said that their mission is now over, that is simply not the case for the Israelis, who have been essentially bracing for this impact since April 1st, since those Israeli airstrikes hit the Iranian consulate in Damascus on April 1st. They said it was a red line. The Israelis never even admitted to striking the Iranian consulate. I will remind you, they typically never comment on their military activity in Syria. You can hear those fighter jets still roaring above us as we speak. But the Israelis have said that they're no longer just on the defensive, that they're actively pursuing enemy targets wherever they are, whether it's Beirut, whether it's Damascus, whether it's anywhere else in the Middle East, and that could mean Iran. Now, there are several places throughout Israel that the Israelis are saying that people should continue to shelter in place. There are some things flying in the sky here. We believe there are F-16 fighter jets, but that is additionally because the Israeli army said that fighter jets would be in the skies of Israel for the entirety of the evening while the airspace was closed as part of their air defense mechanisms. The Israeli army says they were prepared for a wide variety of scenarios, prepared for anything that might come. And the continuation we see of activity in the sky here in Tel Aviv as the Israelis perhaps bracing for something else that is next. While it has been calm for perhaps the last 20 minutes, this is a developing situation. This is an unprecedented situation that has never happened before. We have never seen an attack of this size and scale with quite sophisticated weaponry that have come into Israeli airspace. So the Israelis say they are prepared for a wide variety of scenarios, and while they have issued new types of restrictions, new types of measures, the Home Front Command that is part of the Israeli army saying that there are going to be no large gatherings, schools, daycares, kindergartens, certain types of workplaces would be closed for the next 2 days as they're bracing for perhaps potentially not just what happened this evening, but perhaps also bracing for more. The Israeli army has said from the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war that they knew something else could happen. There's still an active front on Israel's northern border with Hezbollah. They say there is an active front in the southernmost city of Eilat with other types of drones and missiles that have been launched there specifically by the Houthis in Yemen. And the Israelis say they are prepared to open up all fronts in the war if they are attacked. And that is seemingly going to be the case, as they say they are going to retaliate against the Iranians for the launch of more than 100 drones and missiles that have been intercepted intercepted all over the country tonight.
Yeah, you're in Tel Aviv, Hamda. Are you getting a sense yet of the targets of these drones and missiles, where they're landing, where they're being intercepted, and so on?
It's a little bit hard to say because there are military bases all over the country. Israel's defense ministry, the Kiryat, is in the heart of Tel Aviv. There were reports speculating that that could potentially be a target, but there were more reports from anonymous Israeli officials indicating that the targets would be primarily military targets. And what exactly that means, whether it's air bases, whether it's Iron Dome or air defense battery systems, whether it is artillery positions, perhaps it's unknown what exactly was being targeted. But the Israeli defense array in the air has intercepted seemingly most of those projectiles. We haven't really had any reports yet of them falling in any sort of open areas. We haven't had reports of damage. There are reports of one injury in the southern part of the country, a 10-year-old child in a Bedouin area. These areas typically do not have these types of bomb shelters or safe rooms that are located in other sorts of Israeli towns and homes that are easily accessible and available. So the Israelis say that while perhaps this part of the evening is over, but the longer game for them is going to be a retaliation. And look, it's still unknown if this part specifically is over. It's unknown if there will be this second and third wave of launches from Iran that was reported that Israeli officials are still perhaps bracing for. But they say, again, that they are prepared for any